It's not supposed to hurt. People in Japan often think Zazen is supposed to be painful.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hit you with a stick here.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. But actually, the way to sit is to forget about the body, because if the body is stable and balanced, and you just also drop it from mind, like that. If your body is really uncomfortable sitting a certain way, it's okay to sit a different way. As I said, chair-like sitting, or even your back to recline. It's fine. Okay? So I will show you that after our ceremony. Right now, we're going to chant the Heart Sutra, which is 1,000 years more. It's been part from China and Korea. You hear it in Vietnam, and most sects in Japan. And it's also about what I told you. This is you. This is the world, and it's about dropping that friction. So it has. You'll hear it says no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. It says things like that because it says the mind is cutting the world into little pieces. And when we sit like that, somehow all the little pieces come together, like that.
I think I am familiar with
Good. And we then chant something called the Zazenkai. Today's our long ceremony, which we do. And then it has the same message. We're very repetitive around here, okay? So if you join us for our ceremony, and basically just do what the folks on the screen here do.
Do you have the
script for you? Yes. Okay. I think I do. Let me. Oh boy, I printed a bunch.
In Romaji, maybe? Or in Romaji?
In Romaji.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Or I should. Well, I'll give you the English one today, and so you can just understand what it's saying.
Sure, okay.
So come here.
Okay.
Okay. That's one of them. Here's the other one. I'll be with everybody in a minute. Here's the other. This is the second chant we do. Okay. You can keep these.
Okay.
That's the first one. Okay. And then at the end of the day, we do these. And we also will do that one later. But, so we start with the Heart Sutra, Heart of the Perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra.
And just sit over there then?
No, stay here.
Oh,
stay
sit here.
Stay right here. Okay. Let me get a candle. Whoop. It's Golden Week here. That's the big vacation week in Japan, so everybody's away. Good to see all of you. Okay. Oh no, please just stand up.
Oh, stand for this?
Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, you can't do anything wrong. It's okay. If you go to the Japanese temple, sometimes they'll yell at you. Well, hello everybody. Let me see if I'm. That's very good. Okay. I think I'm okay here. Welcome to our Zazenkai for the month of May. It is springtime. Our little talk today will be continuing with Master Keizan. I'm glad you can join us. Master Keizan has many, many little life lessons for life surrounding the practice of Zazen. Some of his lessons are more suited to the 13th century, but actually most of them apply today just as well, I think, as they did back then in ancient Japan to a bunch of monks. So we will be looking at that. I believe our Ino today is Koshi. Is that correct, Bjorn? I remind everyone, Koshi had quite a bit of surgery recently, so his chanting is, he apologizes, his voice is a little thin, but the spirit is completely there. Well, let's just get into it. If you've been here before, you know what to do, and if it's your first time, just follow along. Good to have you all here. anything else concerns that you can gush over?
Maka Hanya Haramita Shingyo Kanji Zaibo Satsugyojin Hanya Haramita Jishoken Gohan Kaikudo Isaiku Yaku Sharishi Shikifu Ikukufu Ishiki Shiki Sokuze Kuku Sokuze Shiki Ju Sogyo Shiki Yakubu no Seishari Shize Shohokuso Fushofu Metsu Fukufu Jofu Sofu Genze Koku Chumu Shiki Mujuso Yoshiki Mugen Nebesis Shinnimu Shiki Shoko Misoku Homu Genkai Naishimu Ishiki Kaimu Myoyaku Myojin Naishimu Roshiki Yakumu Roshijin Mukushu Metsudo Muchi Yakumu Toku Imu Shotoko Bodai Sata Anya Haramita Koshin Mukege Komu Ukufu Anri Isaiten Domu Sokugyo Nen Hansan Zeisho Butsu Ihan Yaharamita Kotoku Anoku Tara-san Yaku-san Bodai Koji Hanya Haramita Zeidai Jenshu Zeidai Myoshu Zemojo Shu Zemutudo Shunojo Isai Kushin Jitsu Fukoko Setsu Hanya Haramita Shusoku Setsu Shuwatsu Gyate Gyate Haragate Harasogate Oji Soaka Hanya Shingyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle shore shines clear in the light, the branching steams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion, to encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field, intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box in its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is, make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no further. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now, and reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, Honored One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, Honored One, Soji Keizan, Honored One, all successive Honored Ones up until Zuigaku Renpo, Honored One, and Gudo Wafu, Honored One, and to all other Honored Ones throughout history, same yet diverse Honored Ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hope and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Prajna,
Zazen? So you have to sit in a moment. You want to try to sit cross-legged?
Yeah.
Called soft food. It's really soft. Small. What you do is you can hand it like this. Come to your cushion. Touch it. Take 3 fingers. Fluff it. Now you put the white slide piece of that. Okay. Now you're going to sit here. Your spine should be a little forward of the center axis. That way it's a nice wedge. If you sit too far back, it's going to pull you back. So try to be sitting in the front half. Okay? Right now there's a soft hold again. So you fluff, bow, and we always turn to the right. Why? Because that's the way we turn. And then please be seated. I'll show you what to do with the legs. So sit in the front. You do this a bit?
Right here.
If you can, straighten your shoulders. And usually the circles and you face the wall. But here you're going to be facing here. Okay? Your eyes will be here. Okay, now there are different ways to sit. Most traditional way is with the legs fully crossed. I will not demonstrate right now, but the other way is to put the foot out like this Okay, but I don't recommend that. These things what I recommend is the Thai stuff, we call Burmese stuff, which is with this foot down. If you sit like this is going to hurt. Keep it out. Most important thing is, if you can, very good, the knees should be down. Many people sit like this, that's very hard. The muscles should stretch. So if you can sit like this, hands do like this, with the thumbs gently touching. I can tell how people are doing by watching here, because if you're too stiff, you're like this, that's not good. If you're going to sleep, it's like this. Nice and round, and the mind is nice, open and round. Okay? We keep the arms 1/3 open, which is here. Okay? And we start, not good. We start, we take 3 deep breaths. But then just breathe to the nose. Now, the posture. There are 2 bad things. And the one is to be too stiff there, so good. So good. The other one is, okay? It should be comfortable, upright, nice balance. It should feel balanced, kind of upright, but yeah. Okay? Right? We're going to sit about a half hour. If you need, you can switch your legs, but you don't gamma. A little bit, Zen is not to gamma, but to let discomfort be a little bit. If it's really, really bad, you can change. But the worst thing is to change every 10 seconds. You just think about it, oh, this is terrible. Let it be. Just sit. As I told you, radical equanimity is sitting for this time is the only place to be in the world. Say in the universe, okay? The only place to be. And if the thoughts come, grab it. Be in the spaces. Okay? Okay? Oh, no, okay. That's enough. Whatever you do, it's good Zazen, okay? Kinhin, we'll do walking meditation. Back to ourselves very gently, carefully. People go outside. So you can do that later. But first, now, right? 3 fingers. Cushion. One part facing you. Special. Good, right? Now I'll show you Kinhin, which is walking Zazen. This is also break time. So if you need to get in the bathroom and you need just to take a breath, it's okay. I'm going to bring tea with it. Okay. We also walk Kinhin here. Now, the rest is like Zazen. Your eyes are kind of half open looking down. Breathe through here. Okay. There are 2 differences. Number one is every time your breath reaches the top, make a step forward. You go around, and still doesn't go very slowly. The zigzag people, they don't do that. The other difference is this is muscle growth. Also life lesson. Usually in life, we walk to get someplace to be. If there's someplace to go, we don't want to be here. We need to go over there. Right? This walking is different. There's no other place to go. We're here in life, or here in this room. We're here. 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 Okay? Wherever your life is, it's here. It's here. It's here. So we're going to walk around, and I'm going to do a Zenji. Something to touch your head. You can put it on those off. Thank you. Zazen? Okay, let's come here. You kind of like it. Bow. All right. Bow. And I don't have to show you how to do that. Yeah. I'll look back. Very good. Want your sweater or something? Or your dress? most important thing again, let the thoughts go. No other place to be. we'll have a long Kinhin. Get up slowly. Walk. I can't hit it without it. It's also every walk I get here against fatigue, get a break, go outside. Oh, take your slippers away. Normal, like driving a car. Oh, it doesn't bother you. When you're driving a car and you're just on a country road, you kind of see everything, but nothing in particular kind of clear. So your vision should be. If that happens, it doesn't bother you. It's okay. But you did fall asleep? Yeah. Oh. Next time I'd like to give a reading about this, and you can listen while you're driving, or relax, drink some tea, or you can throw the pencil at me, anything you want to do.
I don't think I'll do that.
Okay.
Can I drink tea and listen?
Yeah.
Okay, then go do
Yeah.
that.
This is kind of just a relaxed time.
Okay.
You can sit for a while, drink some tea,
Okay.
sit, whatever you like. I like to just no checking Facebook.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna look at my phone.
I'll do this for you.
Okay.
You can walk for a couple more minutes, go to work, take a break. We're going to start with the food.
Okay. I'll take a break, just sit outside for a minute.
Okay, please.
Should I be bowing when I'm coming in and meeting? Is there a protocol?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay, towards the altar?
Yeah, usually towards the altar, and then step in. We will now have a talk on Master Keizan's Zazen-Yojinki. Very good. I always tell folks just to sit and relax now. You can sit some zazen, you can drink some tea, do anything except check your Facebook, which is actually the subject of today's talk. Bjorn, may we have the verse to open the sutras?
Yes, but before that, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Could you close the Zendo door just a little bit so that we get a little face and less ball of light?
Okay, about halfway. Could you slide this? It's really heavy. Oh, maybe from this side. Good exercise for you. There you go. This
Halfway?
used to be the barn.
You want halfway? Or
Well,
all
it'd be
the way?
outside. A little more? A little more?
Maybe a little more. Yes.
Okay, right there. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you very much.
This used to be the barn, you know. All right.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Very good. Well, welcome everyone. We will continue with Master Keizan's Zazen-Yojinki, which translates to something like Notes to Keep in Heart and Mind for Zazen. And what we have this time is just some very good general advice for how to live while practicing Zen, but also how to live in general. I think some of this advice is very practical just for our day-to-day. Now, this was written, I tried to find if scholars have an exact date, but it was written about 1300. So the end of the 13th century, maybe the start of the 14th century. And some of the advice we're going to hear today is a little, shall we say, quaint, suited, I guess, to Japanese, mostly men, you'll see. It seems to be directed to men, male monks, maybe lay practitioners back in ancient Japan. But I think it, with a little small adjustment here or there, it applies quite well to all of us in the 21st century. And you're going to get that right from the first sentence. Now, I say that when I give these talks, you may sit zazen and listen to them, or just drink some tea and sit quietly. You can do anything except check your phone and your Facebook during the talk, and that is directly connects to Master Keizan's advice right from the start. He says, when you're practicing Zen, all right, avoid getting caught in arts and crafts, prescribing medicines and fortune telling. Stay away from songs and dancing, arguing and babbling, fame and gain. Now, I actually don't think that he meant that you have to stay away from these things all the time. I think he's again preaching moderation. And when you're practicing actually Zen, like in a retreat, you would stay away from it completely, you know. But in daily life, there's nothing wrong with some arts and crafts. And if you're a doctor especially, or a pharmacist prescribing medicines, and even the fortune telling, you know, Master Keizan was a bit of a magical guy, actually. He believed in dreams, and in those days, in around 1300, people did believe in, you know, a little soothsaying. Even today, boy, I was just looking at America, and something like 60% of Americans still believe in these things. You know me, I'm kind of a skeptical guy myself on that, but I'm going to say that if you want to check your horoscope once in a while, it's fine, it doesn't hurt. But just don't get caught up in it, you see. That's the thing. Don't get caught up. A little song and dancing. We're going to be dancing later, going out once in a while. And who likes dancing? Raise your hand. You should have seen me in the 70s, baby, during the disco era. I mean, I was rock and roll, but when nobody was looking, yes, I had my disco period. You should have seen me in all my white clothes with my big afro. You know, I had my curly hair, which I used to have back then. You should have seen me on there. Dancing queen, love like a dance machine. Yes. So nothing wrong with a little dancing. Nothing wrong with a little dancing. I looked at the Japanese for this, and for most of what we're going to read today, Master Keizan actually uses the form of beshi bekarazu, which is something like, you should not. It's not a hard, if you do this, you're going to go to hell. It's nothing like that. It's not a, you must not, thou shalt not. It's not like that. It's like, you should try not to get caught up in these things. Because we live in a world where we get caught up in so much, don't we? Social media would be the prime example, or getting caught up in worrying about this or worrying about that, or getting caught up in entertainments or shopping, or trying to stay ahead of the Joneses, as we say, or get ahead in your career. Whatever it is, we get caught up in things. And Zen is a practice of living in moderation, you see. Stopping to smell the roses, then getting up and doing what you need to do in life. But don't get trapped, don't become a prisoner. Don't go to excess, where ours is a way of balance and moderation. So that's clear right from the first sentence. Avoid getting caught up in arts and crafts, even your hobbies. Avoid prescribing medicines, or these days taking drugs and things would be a good example. I'm not a Puritan who's going to say you never should have a glass of wine or a little of the wacky tobacco. I'm not saying that. I don't know what you're into these days, folks. I'm also a child. I said it was the 70s, you know. But don't get caught up. Don't make it the center of your life and all you do. A little fortune telling, I have no opinion. But don't even get caught up in that. Stay away from songs and dancing and entertainment in excess. In excess. Now the next is just very practical for anyone who is in this modern society, especially in my country, the United States these days, and even in most of you where you live in Europe and places, don't get caught up in arguing and babbling. I do have a fellow or two on the internet these days, and we've gotten into some discussion about what's going on in Israel and Gaza. I'm Jewish heritage, they're of Jewish heritage. They're very pro-Israel, and I'm trying to, I usually don't get political here, but I'll be honest about it. I speak and say that both sides need to live in peace. Both sides need to respect each other. Every time he says, no, Israel's right, just defending itself. You know, the Palestinians, it's a shame what's happening, but they're just victims of war. And I say, no, I'm sorry. Many Jews, I'm not the only one, believe that both sides are wrong here. And a lot of innocent children and civilians are caught in between. Hamas is wrong. Hamas is criminal. What Israel is doing is also wrong. Okay, that's as political as you're gonna ever hear me get here, but I'm honest about that. So I'm on the internet with my Jewish friends, and every time they say something, you know, Israel's right, I offer the counter opinion. I'm trying very hard not to argue, however, and I'm trying very hard not to get caught up in it, even as I say, I feel I need to speak. Moderation. Say what you have to do. Say what you have to say. Keep it peaceful. Don't get caught up in fighting and we're against you and I'm right and you're wrong and you're just stupid and I'm the... Express your opinions. Don't babble. Don't get caught. I'm babbling right now. Don't get caught up in fame and gain. In this world, many of you have careers or families, and you may want to, you know, work hard. Nothing wrong with getting a promotion or being recognized in your field, being respected a little. Nothing wrong with that. Don't get caught up in it. Don't want to become famous. It's a living hell from what I understand. 90% of the people I know who have become famous get also a little crazy from it. Very few people, you think about it, have the wisdom to handle with balance and moderation, to be adored by the public. So fame is kind of a curse, I think. Think about it. Look at all the movie stars and politicians and others who don't handle it well. And gain too. Money is necessary to live. Don't be a prisoner of money, right? Like that. So this is actually a lecture on moderation that Master Keizan is giving here. Now the rest we can go fairly quickly actually, because it's basically more of the same. Composing poetry can be an aid in clarifying the mind, but don't get caught up in it. We have poets here at Tree Leaf. We have our poetry group. Even poetry, which seems so beautiful, innocuous, simple, can, I suppose, become a drug, an addiction. The same is true for writing and calligraphy. This is the superior precedent for practitioners of the way, and it is the best way to harmonize the mind. By the way, most of these old guys, Master Keizan, were excellent poets. That was education back there. They were trained in poetry. They were wonderful calligraphers. Wonderful calligraphers. Don't get caught up in it. That's our theme today. Whatever it is in life. Some things you need to stay completely away. I tell you, if you're an alcoholic, even one drop of alcohol is bad for you. If you're someone who's prone to getting pulled into social media or fighting with people, even a little bit may be bad for you. But generally, the expression is whatever you're doing, anything, your career, your people, the arguments you want to be pulled into, your hobby, whatever it is, it is best not to get caught up in it. That's our theme today. That's it. It's not rocket science. Next he says, don't wear luxurious clothing or dirty rags. Ours is a way of moderation. Now, you're going to hear this again, that he says, if you have dirty clothing, wear them well. If you have to wear rags, wear them well. But don't feel one is good and the other is bad, or you have to live one way. Don't wear clothing or dirty rags. Luxurious clothing gives rise to greed, and then the fear that someone will steal something. If you own those $200 tennis shoes or basketball shoes, well, then you're worried someone's going to steal your $200 basketball shoes, I suppose. This is a hindrance to practitioners of the way. Even if someone offers them to you, to refuse is the excellent tradition from ancient times. If you happen to have luxurious clothes, however, well, don't be concerned with it. If it's stolen, don't bother to chase after it or regret the loss. I'm reminded of a story about a Tibetan Roshi who was visiting one of his very wealthy supporters, I think in California or someplace like that, and was invited to the fellow's mansion, very luxurious house, you can imagine, filled with modern furniture. And the follower was telling the Tibetan Roshi, they were sitting there drinking tea, and the follower was saying, oh, to be not attached to things is so important. To be not into material things is so important. So the Roshi, or the Tibetan monk, took the tea and poured it right on the expensive oriental rug where they were sitting, and the fellow was shocked. And the Tibetan Lama said, you see, don't be attached to things like that. So all the things you have, try as best you can not to be caught up in them. If they're stolen, if they take your gold, if they take your wristwatch, if they take your $200 shoes, if you have those, first off, that's not what your life should hang on. And second, don't be caught up in it. On the other hand, old dirty clothes should be washed and mended, treated with respect, honored, if that's what you have. Clean them thoroughly before putting them on. I'm very proud that I still wear I think I still have some t-shirts from my disco days back in the 70s, and I still wear them. It drives my kids crazy. But with occasionally the holes and get patched up. But keep your old clothes. Just treat them with respect. If you don't take care of them, you could get cold and sick and hinder your practice. Very practical. Although we shouldn't be too anxious about bodily comforts, inadequate clothing, food, and sleep are known as the three insufficiencies and will cause our practice to suffer. Balance, moderation. We need clothing. Why? To keep warm in the winter, cool in the summer, keep the mosquitoes away. Food, in moderation, as medicine for our practice. Nothing wrong with enjoying our meals. Just don't finish off a whole bag of chips. Don't eat all the cookies. I'm on a special diet now. I limit myself to one cookie after lunch and one cookie after dinner. I was eating 3 or 4 cookies. And I eat it slowly, and I savor my little cookie, and then I bow to it. All right? It takes just as long to eat one cookie slowly as it does 3 cookies very fast. You can quote me on that. Okay. Sleep, again. We need healthy, moderate sleep. Okay. Don't eat anything alive, hard, or spoiled. The thing about alive, actually, I don't know many practices, but there are certain gourmands who do this. There's actually a terrible practice in Japan, I've only seen it once, of serving sushi so fresh it's still flapping on your dish. I did not care for that. But anyway, don't eat anything alive, hard, or spoiled. Very practical advice. Such impure foods will make your belly churn and cause heat and discomfort of body-mind. Heat is, ancient. It'll make you sick. It'll cause you the fevers and give you the in modern terms, the acid reflux or whatever it is, right? It will cause heat and discomfort of body, mind, making your sitting difficult. Don't indulge in rich foods. Not only is this bad for body, mind, it's just greed. Yeah. Nothing wrong with a little cheesecake now and then. Small piece, like that. Okay? I told you the story when I was sitting sesshin at Sojiji, and you eat all the food as medicine during oryoki. And one of the donors one day gave this luscious New York cheesecake with cream on top for oryoki. So we're all in session eating formally with our bowls, and suddenly they bring out the tray, and it's got cheesecake. Now, I'm from New York. I love my cheesecake, So I thought, this is great. I've been in the session here. I'm going to savor my cheesecake. Not the monks. You know what they did? Took the bowl, bow, cheesecake in the mouth, one bite, good, gone. It's just medicine. We say, for a monk's mouth is like a furnace. Whatever goes in, just as the same burns away. Try to avoid poison. Eat healthy. That's okay. But anything that goes in the mouth, you don't say, oh, cheesecake is good, spinach is bad. No. It's all the same to us as long as it's healthy. Okay. You should eat to promote life, so don't fuss about taste. Also, if you sit after eating too much, you will feel ill. Whether the meal is large or small, wait a little while before sitting. I must wag my finger at some of our French Zen brothers. I did have an experience to stay for a month in Paris and visited some of our French Sangha there. And there was this amazing custom of you'd sit zazen in the morning and then they'd have lunch. And lunch tended to consist of, they'd bring out the quiche, they'd bring out the apple pie, they'd bring out a little of je ne sais quoi, they'd bring out the foie gras, they'd bring out a little wine, So, it was wonderful. The French, you can't miss a meal, here. So we'd eat and then we'd sit. And I have to confess, for the whole afternoon, I was just kind of wobbling there with everything in moderation, right? I don't want to say all the French Sangha did that, but the ones I went to, boy, it was pretty amazing. Whether the meal is large or small, wait a little while before sitting. Monks should be moderate in eating and hold their portions to 2/3 of what they can eat. That is just excellent, healthy advice. Eat till you're 2/3 full. We tend to stuff ourselves and wait till we're full. And, there's a time delay. You're actually full, but you don't know it. And if you just eat a smaller portion, it's perfectly satisfying. We just forget that. And especially many modern Western people like me, I do this too. I'm not excusing myself. I sometimes indulge in the ice cream sundae that I shouldn't, but monks should be moderate and hold to 2/3 of what you can eat. Very nice advice. All healthy foods, such as sesame, wild yams, and so on, can be eaten. Essentially, you should harmonize body-mind. Okay, very practical. Now, he gives a little Zazen advice. When you are sitting in Zazen, do not prop yourself up against the wall, meditation brace, or screen. If you have to, by the way, for health reasons, do it. I don't think he meant that if you have a physical... For example, our guest today, give a wave, hi.
Hi.
You also with me with the back, you're reclining today. We are the reclining Sangha. We are one of the Sangha that actually kind of promote this. If you need to recline, so you reclining today, no problem. If you need to use a brace. What is a brace? There's actually kind of a stick with a chin rest. It looks like a yardstick with a chin rest on top, and some of the monks would stick it on the ground and rest their chin on it. So they don't fall asleep during Zazen. It's not a good practice, and as Master Keizan said, get your sleep. Don't just lean against the wall or something. Sit upright if you can in a comfortable way, and That's the best way to sit. Do not sit in windy places or high exposed places, as this can cause illness. This is nothing but your mother, Keizan, your old mother telling you, when you close the window, you're going to catch cold. You're going to get a draft. You're going to get a draft. Put on a sweater, would you? Don't put on a sweater. Like that, okay? So don't sit in windy places or high exposed places, as this can cause illness. Now, I also often like to caution you, go to see with some of Keizan's advice. If you have to sit in a cold and drafty place and you have no choice, then sit there. He's not saying you can't sit zazen there. He's saying it's not good for you to sit in the cold and the draft. If you find yourself in your t-shirt sitting at the North Pole and you got no way to get warm, sit there. Sit where you are. Sit where you are in life. If you find yourself in a prison cell and it's cold and drafty, believe me, it happens. Sit there. Okay. Now, Keizan in those days, he'd believe in the ki, and that a lot of medicine in those days was believing that there was energies in the body. Many still believe this. But he's saying sometimes when you are sitting, you may feel hot or cold, discomfort or ease, stiff or loose, heavy or light, or sometimes startled. These sensations arise through disharmonies of mind and breath energy, ki. Harmonize your breath in this way. Open your mouth slightly, allow long breaths to be long and short breaths to be short, and it will harmonize naturally. Now notice that. I thought you would think, oh, he's going to give some amazing breath technique. The Rinzai folks sometimes are into this. Give some amazing breath technique. No. He said, just breathe naturally. Let your long breaths be long and your short breaths be short, and you'll relax and you'll harmonize naturally. Some of those things he named are just things you can control. You may feel a little hot today or a little cold. You may feel a little heavy or light. You may feel a little nervous, startled, right? But when you relax and your breath just harmonizes, you will come to accept those things, and suddenly you're not as startled, and you're not as discomforted, and your achy legs are a little bit more okay, like that. So I think that's his advice there. No fancy thing to do, just let everything settle and harmonize in your mind, and then the conditions will be also settled. Follow it a while, follow your breath for a while until a sense of awareness arises, and your breath will be natural. If you need to, just focus on the breath, follow the breath, and then your big problems and discomforts will kind of become not so serious. After this, continue to breathe through your nose. So no special advice. Basically, he's just saying, just sit zazen and disentangle. Don't get caught up in all these passing things and feelings. Now, sometimes we sit zazen and we have some kind of we get hypnotized by it, or some strange feelings come up just because it's like being in a sensory deprivation tank. And these are called mara, and they're kind of passing fantasies of the mind. We don't get caught up in it. And that's what he's going to talk about next. The mind may feel as if you were sinking or floating while you're sitting zazen. It may seem very dull or very sharp. Sometimes you think you can see outside the room. You kind of have an out-of-body experience, maybe is what he's talking about. There's a wonderful Zen practititioner and neuroscientist psychologist, brain researcher, very serious scientist named Susan Blackburn, who researches out-of-body experiences, and she thinks it's basically a physiological cause. We have a place in the brain that localizes us, that we are here. It's like the gyroscope or the gyroscope in the brain that localizes us where our body is. Sometimes the gyroscope can be thrown off center, and actually we get the feeling that we are behind ourselves or someplace else in the room. It's a very strange thing because we've lost the localizing principle of where we are. So again, skeptical Jundo, I don't really think we're having out-of-body experiences. I could be wrong. But I think sometimes in Zazen even you can lose, there's a psychiatric term, body disassociation or so. We're not associated with our physical body for a moment. So you could actually think you see outside the body, or you are outside the body. You may see forms of, you may think you see the insides of your body. Wow. Hey, there's my kidneys, like that. I don't know. You may see forms of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I had this happen again at a long session at a monastery here in Japan, like the third day. Suddenly I'm looking at the wall, a little Buddha pops out, look like kind of like half the Buddha, half the Pillsbury Doughboy, if you know who that is, or the Michelin Man. It's kind of a cute little Buddha, pops out there, has, hi, Jundo, like that. Starts talking to me. I don't think anyone else heard this. And I kind of under my breath go, hi, how are you today? We're having this conversation. And I say, okay, I'm going to pinch myself, right? It's going to work. So I pinched myself and he was still there. So this went on, I'm telling you, it may have 10 seconds, but it seemed like a couple of minutes. And then he popped back in the wall. Very nice conversation. I also saw a covered wagon come out of the wall once. It was very strange. But anyway, we tend to think these are, during the sensory deprivation of Zazen, the mind is prone to these things. We bow to them. They're interesting lessons in the world the mind creates. They maybe have some deeper meaning. That's lovely. The little Pillsbury Buddha actually said some very nice things. Hang in there, Jundo, you'll be okay. Why does he sound like Mickey Mouse today? Anyway, it was very nice, but we tend not to, overvalue. We bow to them and we get back to sitting. So it continues. Sometimes you may believe that you have wisdom and now thoroughly understand all the sutras and commentaries. Yeah? Yeah, you get caught up and you think, oh, now I'm Buddha. Yeah, that happens too. We are all Buddha, by the way, but there's those people who go to Jerusalem, there's Jerusalem syndrome, and they arrive in the Holy Land, and suddenly they think they're the prophet Stanley. I am now the prophet. If you get caught up in that, it can be a bit much, Maybe you are the prophet Stanley, or maybe you're just temporarily convinced yourself that you're the second coming of Buddha and Jesus combined. It could be true, but cool down a bit and see if that's still true in the morning, like that. Okay, these extraordinary conditions are diseases that arise through disharmony of mind and breath. When this happens, sit placing the mind in the lap. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe in the hara, he means, deep in the belly. Put your concentration there. When the mind sinks into dullness, raise attention above your hairline and before your eyes. When the mind scatters into distraction, place attention at the tip of the nose or at the tanden. That again is the hara, the belly. I don't know, literally these are nice, but I think he was into key manipulation and a little bit, not the chakras, but a little bit he's trying to say if you place your attention here, it may adjust the key in your body. Maybe so, again, but I think just place your attention anywhere is fine, same point. After this, rest attention in the left palm. Sit for a long time and do not struggle to calm the mind, and it will naturally be free of distraction. the little Pillsbury Mickey Mouse Buddha will pop back in the wall and you can just proceed with sitting like that. Okay, you will come down to earth again, Prophet Stanley. You will return to your body from your outer body experience and you can just proceed like that. Okay, so we Soto people tend not to put too much, we don't, those experiences when they happen are wonderful, but we tend not to get too caught up in them again. Zazen can play wonderful tricks with the mind because it's like being in a sensory deprivation tank. And learn from these experiences, bow to them, especially sometimes terrible thing. You can have a childhood memory, a terror come up, paranoia. I once was sitting session, I got very paranoid for some reason. Don't know what that was about. It happens. This too shall pass. Isn't that right, Brother Session the Elder? Yes, this too shall pass. Okay. Although the ancient teachings are a long-standing means to clarify the mind, do not read, write about, or listen to them, underline, obsessively, because such excess only scatters the mind. Don't get caught up in sutras, even Zen books. Well, my books you can get, no. Even my books, read them, please. I got 2 kids in college. That's my joke, but anyway, don't get caught up in any reading, but you can read and study and learn is part of Zen. People think we don't study at all. No, study these things, read, don't get caught up in them excessively and in excess. Going on, generally anything that wears out body-mind causes illness. This is the overstimulation, avoid overstimulation section. Don't sit where there are fires, floods, or bandits. I would not intentionally sit in the middle of a forest fire. No. I would not intentionally sit in the middle of a tsunami. No. Or in a intentionally where there are bandits. But, asterisk, if you happen to find yourself surrounded on 3 sides by a forest fire and there's no way out, definitely sit right there. Asterisk, note the if there's no way out part. Remember my fix septins from a couple of weeks ago. Accept the fire and get the hell out of there if you can. Don't get me wrong. Grab a hose and try to put it out. But if, you cannot get away from the bandits, there's actually some old Zen stories about this. Bow to the bandits and let them do what they will. Don't sit by the ocean. I don't know about that. Well, I like sitting by the ocean. What's wrong with sitting by the ocean? In excess. Don't sit near bars, brothels, where widows or virgins live, or near where courtesans sing and play music. Okay, he's saying, this is mostly written for men, I suppose, but women, there are male courtesans too. I think he's saying, don't get caught up in the happy life, and don't sit zazen while caught up in the life of pleasure too much, like this. Now, I want to say again, this is not a criticism of courtesans, or we would say these days, sex workers. It is not a criticism of widows and virgins. They are living their own lives. He's saying avoid falling into excess temptation and distraction, especially when you're practicing Zen. Right? I think this is clear. Don't live near kings, ministers, powerful or rich families, people with many desires, those who crave name and fame, and those who like to argue meaninglessly. Well, about the kings, ministers, and powerful, it's the same thing as the courtesans and the widows and virgins. Don't get caught up with people who are just in power and fame and status like this. Don't think you have to be one of the beautiful people. It's the same as don't think fall into the excess of the life of pleasure and just living to party and party all night like that. Asterisk here. I guarantee you Master Keizan was surrounded by king's ministers, the powerful and rich people. Why? All the old Zen masters were. They were from that class. That's where they were born into, that part of society. Many of the people who supported the temples would be called the powerful, the rich, and the famous. You could not get permission to have a temple unless you got permission from the ministers, the kings, and the generals. The Zen masters had to associate with kings, ministers, powerful and rich. Don't believe me? Open any sutra. Who's the Buddha talking to? Open any section of Shobogenzo. Dogen will probably be talking about some old guy who was a king, a minister, an emperor, or something like that, somewhere in the essay. We had to. I don't hang out with rich and famous people because I don't know any. I know Beyonce over there. That's all I know. Don't, again, crave name and fame. Don't be with the people who argue meaninglessly. Same we had before. Although large Buddhist ceremonies and the construction of large temples may be a good thing, one who is committed to practice should not get involved. Asterisk again. Master Keizan built 3 or 4 very large temples, and they did pretty good ceremonies there. So what does he mean? He said, don't make that the means and ends of your life. It's the means, it's not the point to have. You have a temple to do temple things. You need a location. It's not to build, look at my temple's bigger than your temple. Hey, my temple's got the gold roof, like that. Don't get caught up in that. You need a building. I'm sitting in my barn here. You need a building in order to sit Zazen, but don't get caught up in things again. Don't be fond of preaching the Dharma, as this leads to distraction and scattering. Well, what the heck am I doing now? I would also say it's a matter of place and excess. Maybe don't go out and drive your friends crazy with constantly preaching the Dharma morning till night. But there's a place and time for everything. Don't be delighted by huge assemblies or run after disciples. That's a very good thing, because I'm perfectly happy with the dozen beautiful people who are here. Thank you for keeping me company. I don't need huge assemblies, or we say in our Sangha, when people come or people go, we don't chase them in and we don't run after people when they go. That's our philosophy here. Don't try to study and practice many different things, again, in moderation. Right now, finally, I'm actually learning the electric guitar. Not bad. I do a pretty mean, what's that song? Strumming your face with my fingers, breathing your life with my words. You know that song, Roberta Flack? And House of the Rising Sun, my other specialty. I'm getting pretty good at those two, okay? But I do it for like a half hour, an hour, a few times a week. Don't get caught up in distractions. Study Zen and go deeply into Zen. Don't be what they say, a jack of all trades, master of none. It's okay if you're also Christian, go to church, study your Christianity, practice your Zen. If you're into baseball, go to a baseball game, do your Zazen. Just don't become so, shall we say, diffused and distracted that you do nothing seriously. If you're practicing Zen, when you're practicing Zen during the time of Zen practice, be serious, like that. Okay, and let's come to the end here. Do not sit where it is too bright or too dark, too cold or too hot. Do not sit where pleasure seekers or harlots live. The harlots again means sex workers in old Japanese. Again, if you Find yourself where it's too bright or too dark, too cold or too hot. Just sit there. It's not saying never have pleasure or never have sex. I don't know in those days Master Keizan's sex life. He may have been celibate. I don't want to comment. Japanese can be very earthy about these things. But you personally, if you have a sex life, have sex. Please have sex. Not right now. I didn't mean right now. What I'm saying is, if you want to have sex, I'm not saying if you want to be celibate, be celibate. Okay? But don't get caught up in it. I'm even going to say, don't get caught up in celibacy if you're celibate. How's that? Don't get caught up. Have nice, good sex. Healthy sex. Don't get caught up. Don't have to have it every 5 minutes. As if I could, quote unquote. But don't get caught up in anything. Moderation, balance, healthy lifestyle. That's what this is about. Go and stay in a monastery where there is a true teacher, if you can, or go online and make do with me, or whatever you can find. Do serious practice, or reside in the deep mountains or glens. Nature is good for us. A good place to practice walking meditation is where there is clear water and green mountains. True enough, very true. A good place for purifying the mind is by a stream or under a tree. Very true. But I also say, if you are in the inner city, in the busiest place, today we have, my neighbor's got his tractor out here and they're doing some work. You may hear the motor. Sit with that. I actually advise all of you, at least once every couple of weeks, intentionally sit a place that's a bit distracting, hard, unpleasant. Sit next to a garbage can. Sit in the downtown city with the horns and the traffic and the smoggy sky. Sit next to a construction site. Not in the construction site unless you're wearing a hard hat, but get my point. It's good to practice once in a while sitting in the distracting places to know that the real distraction is right between your ears. But most times we generally practice, a quiet place because it helps the mind settle. Sometimes please practice in the doctor's office waiting room when you're really worried about going to see the doctor. Please practice when you're on the crowded bus and you barely can move. Wherever it is, please practice that way and learn that the real disturbance is between your ears. And last he says, contemplate impermanence. Do not forget it. Well, that's true. This will encourage you to seek the way. That is Master Keizan's advice for a good, healthy lifestyle, not only for Zen practice, not only in the 13th century, but for all of us today. Any questions or advice you need? Even on your sex life, I'm game. Whatever you got, I'll help you. Anybody got anything? You too? Any questions? Anything? You're okay? Okay. No, this is the time. Nobody asks a question. I always wonder if I just left you stunned and speechless or. Okay. No? Going once? Going twice? Okay. All right. Very good. Now, you know my sense of humor. Next, I had to, we dance a little now. You're going to dance with us just to stretch and show we're not so serious. But I had to find, of course, the dance of the courtesan. So we're going to dance that at risk that we're breaking Master Keizan's advice not to dance with courtesans. It's an ancient Chinese dance. And we're also dancing, pardon me, at a little risk of cultural appropriation, as they say. My dear respect to all the ancient Chinese courtesans, I mean no offense. But right now we will get up and do that dance. After we're going to have a little mini Zazen here to remember that Zazen is not long or short. Bjorn, would you chant us out?
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Okay, we are going to have a short zazen. To remember, you can sit just where you are for a second. Don't have to move. Just to remember, zazen is not a matter of long or short. All right, very good. Now, please let us dance with the courtesans. Just sway your body and loosen up. Okay, Bjorn. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. That was filmed in a museum, by the way, if you were wondering all the noise. But as we say, we are with all the you sit with all the distraction. Well, lovely. And now we're going to let's see. Zazen. Can we sit again? You going to recline? Oh, if you have room, I guess we should do it. You know what to do now. I'm going to sit chair style. We will have a long Kinhin. Now, hold your teeth, go outside, and do this. we'll go to recite the letter verses. So this is actually something from South Asia. And what you do is, it's good for the heart. It's very nice practice. You think of people, some in your life, some you don't know, including yourself, who are caught in situations, difficulties that they didn't invite. Maybe it could be health problem, addiction, or some divorce, or whatever it is. Someone, family member, a friend, and we even think of strangers. And we just recite these verses to try to feel it. We'll do that in a few minutes. Everything going okay? Any questions?
Yeah, not very good. I mean, I think the only thing when you're meditating, so I know when the thoughts come up, you're just kind of watching them come and go, but then emotions are the other things that come up, and I guess there's a
Like that fever right there? Does it bother you doing something? You don't think about it.
Yeah.
It's just there. So this is our practice of using the emotions, like sadness, afraid of something. And we grab it. It's called life. And sometimes if you do that, the problem's still there. It doesn't go away. You're still sick, you're still in remorse, whatever it is. Okay? Whatever it is. And sometimes it's just there. And so when the emotion comes, same practice. Focus on the breath. Take 20 minutes. That will be enough. And that's what that is.
yeah, just allow.
Allow the sadness. Allow the fear. I know that's strange. I thought I'm not supposed to fear. No. Allow the fear. That exists. It loses its power. So that's what this is.
You don't go into it, though, right? There's no way you treat it, it's just an allow.
People say go into it, it's like be, don't get, like I said before, don't get caught in that. It's not easy, that's why it's called practice.
Yeah. Well, I was just curious if there was a practice around that, but it's basically the beautiful thoughts.
Now, we're very cool.
How great. I'll put it up.
Sticky.
Yeah, I think so.
So two things I recommend to do. This practice, it's a nice thing to do every day, but you can't sit for 4 hours. So I usually recommend, you can take 5 minutes or 10 minutes every day, just to do this. Put everything down. Sometimes you get up and it's still, your whole life is still there. Changes. If you like my guitar, if you practice every day you do, it gets into you.
Yeah.
Okay? And the other thing is,
Does it matter if it's the morning or in whatever time of the day it is?
it has nothing to do with if you're sleeping.
No.
But no. And actually, I also recommend, at points in life, when life gets a little disturbing, like you're caught in traffic. Okay, well, you're driving. So
You
it's
can't
not
really
safe.
do that.
No. Okay, you're in the doctor's office. You're in the long grocery line and you're late. Okay? Like if the dry cleaner loses your pants, the moment it does it. Whatever it is in life, it's a good time just for a moment to do this and just leave it. And if you encounter it, I don't know, I'll take a look. There might be I'm so busy, so I'm a little biased. There are Zazen and mixed with. I'll see if there's a Soto Zen group. I'll just send you the address. Okay. Anyway, take it easy. In a few minutes.
A little more tea then. Finally, it's cool in here, but it's gonna be hot out there today. 29.
Is my family up?
I And you're like, oh, that's like that.
No, no.
Just needs some water. Yeah, basically. Which is very nice. I met your cat already.
Like that?
I met the cat
Yes.
a few times already.
The improves with you.
Who wanted to go out, but I was like, no, I don't think I can let you. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Then at the end of today, you recite these traditions. We don't have to recite these traditions. This one is about sorry for all the bad things I did this week. Angry or getting overly greedy or whatever it is. Sorry, try not to do that again. That's a simple one. All that's about our bad karma is the good and bad things we do. And this one is kind of I'll keep practicing even though it's never ends. And I'll keep helping people even though it never ends. I'll keep trying not to fall into delusion or anger and things even though it's impossible. So it's just a chance to kind of come up back. So we'll do that at the end of the okay. You know what kind of Buddhist your family was?
I think the Pure Land.
Oh yeah. We will now recite the Metta verses, followed by a little more Zazen. You can sit for this, relax, you can stand, you can do whatever you'd like. I'm going to sit. All right. Well, as I've explained each time, this is a tradition that has become common in Zen in the West, especially, but I even saw someone doing it at a Zen group here in Japan recently. It's from South Asian Buddhism, but it's a very nice practice for the heart. We've been doing it on various themes the last few months, but we'll go back to kind of the basic way it's meant. Think of folks in your life who are in situations that are difficult, that may be beyond their control, that they wish they were not in, and we will offer them our loving kindness and wish and hopes and aspirations that they can get through that. We begin with ourselves because we're in such situations sometimes, all of us, somewhere in life. Then we will think of a loved one, or it could be more than one loved one, then a friend, then someone we barely knew or barely met, even someone we passed in the street. They must have something in their life. I'm sure we all do, even if you don't know the details, so we can wish it to them. Then we chant for the difficult people in our life or in this world, and I always explain this. It's hard to chant for people who we feel are doing harm or doing harm to us or did harm to us. sometimes very terrible harm. But the idea behind it is this: if they did not suffer from their inner pain and their illness, and if they knew peace, they would not have done that. They would not do what they do. And even if they're not in this world anymore, there are other people out there who are doing evil things because of their own inner suffering and greed. And if they were healthy truly, and if they knew peace, they would not do these things. So we chant with that in mind, even for people it may be difficult for you to chant for. And finally, we chant for all sentient beings everywhere. I always like to say, not only on this planet, remember they're out there somewhere. Okay. I'm now reading a book called, I'm watching a show called The Three Particle Problem. It's a science fiction book about space aliens coming to get us. Chant for them too. Okay. We'll begin with ourself. May I be free of suffering. Really feel this. May I feel safe. Feel safe. And still. May I be free of enmity. Enmity means hate. May I be loving, even when it's hard. May I be grateful, even where what I am not grateful for. And kind, even when people are not kind. May I be healthy. That's a good thing. But because we're not always healthy, may I be at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions, not only the ones we like, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now someone in our family who may need a little extra good wishes, I like to say that this is a real force in the universe. You know, if you do an angry thing right now, it has effects on the people around you. It may even have effects across the world because of look how interconnected we are. We have people sitting in Europe now and in America. So if I said something mean to one of you, it would really have effects across the world. Well, our loving kindness is a real force that is having effect on the people around us and around the world in the same way. So this is a real thing. It's not just words we're mumbling. It has a real effect. So let's think of someone we love. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, although she already is. Grateful and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Next, for a friend, a co-worker, somebody like that. Got someone in mind? May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving. May he be grateful. May he be kind. May he be healthy, but because he's not right now, may he be at ease through all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now, a stranger, the young fellow who delivered the pizza yesterday, that kind of thing. The taxi driver, guy in the airport. The bird outside. Oh, what a beautiful bird just came to visit. Can we chant for birds? I'm going to chant for the bird today. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. Probably not a problem for birds, but I'm not sure. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. That bird flu is going around. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions in flight. Notice what I did there? In flight, embracing all conditions. All right. Now the hard one for the person who done you wrong or done wrong in this world, or a lot of people, could be a group of people doing wrong. Or I'm going to say honestly, I'm going to chant for Hamas. This is going to be a little controversial. I always have to explain when I do this. And I'm going to chant for the Israeli government. If they truly knew peace, if they truly knew loving kindness, if they truly knew to be accepting, they would not do these things. That's who I'm chanting for. As I said, that's about as political as I get around here, but I wanted to say that. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe with regard to each other and still in their hearts. May they be free of enmity, hate. Underline that 3 times. May they be loving. Imagine that. Grateful and kind to everyone. May they be healthy. That includes in their heart and mind. And at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace. Like, hey, peace, man. Peace. Embracing all conditions of life. We can sometimes add to these chants. And may they learn to live together and work together in harmony. Okay? Now we're going to chant for all sentient beings everywhere, including ourselves and the space aliens who are coming for us. Hopefully they're nice. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, well, we have a few minutes, so we're going to have a just sit where you are, as you are Zazen. You want to just sit and relax? You can sit just on the bench there and just kind of, don't have to get fancy about it. Any which way you want to sit, we're going to sit. Ready? We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Give me a moment. Just straighten that out for me.
This way, this way.
This way.
Okay.
No,
Middle?
no.
Long.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, O beings numberless, to transform all delusions, O delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, O beings numberless, to transform all delusions, O delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, O beings numberless, to transform all delusions, O delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Well, lovely, lovely. So I guess your homework this week is for Master Keizan, whatever it is. Don't get caught up in it. Don't get caught up. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Just don't get caught up. You do it if it's a good thing. Okay. Lovely to have you here, and peace to all of you. And good practice. See you around the Sangha, guys. See you guys later. See you guys. Nice to see you, Seishi.